Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Globe Virtual Annual Meeting. As most of you know, I'm Dr. Tony Murphy, Director of the Globe Implementation Office. I want to remind people that this session is also being recorded. Before we get started, I'd like you to answer a poll question. Click on the opening address in your schedule in your app and scroll down to the live polling. Click on the Practice with Polling and let me know what the weather is like where you live. I will show you the results after the opening. Had not the global coronavirus pandemic upset all of our plans for 2020, this meeting would be taking place today in the Grand Ballroom of the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. The scene would be one of great excitement, as you have been the openings of all of our past in-person meetings, with many of you reuniting with old friends, eager to make new ones, and curious to learn about all the year's achievements and future endeavors of the program. Those of you participating for the first time will be feeling the warmth and excitement of a large collegial international gathering. This week, we are going to try to achieve the feeling you get when you attend an in-person annual meeting. The sense of possibility, the excitement of making new friends, and the joy and inspiration of learning about all the significant Globe projects taking place around the world. Communities grow stronger when citizens regularly and persistently connect with one another, build trust, and work together. A web of trusting relationships that grow from attending webinars, science symposia, and a meeting like this one, the simple act of joining together to recognize and help one another makes bigger joint ventures possible. For me, it has been quite remarkable to see how quickly our community has reacted to the need to isolate and social distance, and yet to virtually provide support for one another to ensure that all our program continues and students remain engaged. And even though we all sit individually in our seats all around the world, we are here now together. 426 people from 73 countries, including 35 students, all united in the effort to ensure that the Globe program remains vital and flourishes in the months and years ahead. With that, I welcome all of you to this unique 2020 virtual annual meeting, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Globe program. And now, let's have a look back at the spirit of our world community captured on video in past years and in recent weeks.
Everyone, my name is Namthun. I am group student from Thailand.
Everyone, we are Madagascar's Club Sika team.
My name is Naravit Jingjing. And my name is Imhat Mangphoon.
My name is Haang. My name is Mian. My name is Hang Lei.
The darkness inside you make you feel so small. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, oh, like a rainbow. Show me your smile. Show me your smile. Don't be unhappy. Can't remember when I last saw you laughing. When this world makes you crazy and you take it all you can bear, just call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, oh, like a rainbow. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show.
All these different shapes and sizes and cultures and colors. This is what it's supposed to be like.
Hi, hope you enjoyed that wonderful video. And here are the poll results of what does the weather look like where you are today. And so you can see that over 70% of you are having sunny skies. Oh, that's gone up to, gone down to 68%. And we have some more people under cloudy conditions. We'll be asking you some further polls throughout the week. So please, it's great to see you getting used to this. And now I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Allison Leitner, who's the Globe Program Manager at NASA headquarters.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where in the world you happen to be today. First off, I want to introduce our new Earth Science Division Director, Dr. Karen St. Germain. She has started at NASA just over a month ago, and she's very excited to be with you all today. She comes to NASA from our federal agency partner, NOAA, and she's trained as a researcher in microwave remote sensing. She's very excited to be part of the GLOBE program and is very eager to talk to you all in our case this morning. So I'm going to turn this over to Karen now.
Allison, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and I am absolutely delighted to be with the GLOBE team today. GLOBE's 25th anniversary is a great accomplishment. It shows the value of the program to education and science, including NASA's mission and the broader global understanding of the Earth system. The NASA Earth Science Division is very proud to sponsor GLOBE and is pleased to work with other parts of NASA and our federal partners at the National Science Foundation, my former home, NOAA, and also the Department of State. Allison mentioned that my technical background is in remote sensing. And as a remote sensing scientist, what has motivated me throughout my career is understanding the Earth system. Early in my career, I discovered the potential impact of science and understanding Earth as I was working on a project to observe the ocean surface winds in hurricanes, because the ocean surface winds tell you an awful lot about how the hurricane will develop, how it will move, and ultimately who might be affected. And that's really the connection for me. It's that path. If we can observe, we can better understand. If we can understand, we can better predict. And if we can better predict, we can improve lives and livelihoods around the world. So that's what it's about for me. For over 60 years, NASA has used the vantage point of space to study the Earth. Over time, we've been able to make observations in more places and make more types of observations that reveal different secrets of how the Earth system work individually and coupled together. The graphic we're loading up now is the Earth observing fleet that's circling the Earth today. Satellites you're seeing range in size from the size of a school bus to the size of a carry-on suitcase. these satellites can see many aspects of the Earth system. But where GLOBE comes in is the GLOBE program provides quality observations on scales that we can't see from space, and therefore they're a key contributor to our understanding of the Earth system. They're complementary, and so this long-term contribution has helped NASA over the last couple of decades better understand the Earth system. So I'd like to thank you all for your partnership and for the work you do. I'm very sorry I can't meet you all in person this week, but that day will come. And in the meantime, I hope you have a terrific meeting, and I look forward to the continued success of the GLOBE program. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Karen. We're very pleased to have you as part of our meeting and as part of the GLOBE community. Now I want to give my remarks to tell the GLOBE community, congrats on 25 years. I know this is not the celebration we envisioned a year ago, but that doesn't mean that there's any less to honor. GLOBE has had a remarkable run over the last 25 years, and I feel strongly that the program's demonstrated record of accomplishment and the plans for the future mean that we'll have a lot to celebrate in years to come. And I know that for all of us, this year has been very difficult. We've all experienced personal and professional challenges in different ways and in different waves. And these challenges are continually evolving and require all of us to be forgiving and patient and persistent, which I know from personal experience is not easy. But I want to thank you as a community for your engagement and dedication to GLOBE in these turbulent times. And some of these examples I know include the work that you all did collecting and advertising the learning opportunities that students and citizen scientists can do from home, supporting each other through your very many WhatsApp chats and Zoom calls, and really remaining engaged as a community through the working groups, and in so many ways that I can't even continue to describe here. And then also, very importantly, continuing to provide feedback to the program on ways that we can improve and better serve the GLOBE community. There are not as many opportunities to directly interact throughout this meeting because of this virtual format, but that doesn't mean that your comments and your inputs are not incredibly valuable to this program. And so I encourage you to continue to find ways and to make sure that you're reaching out to all of us if you have feedback that you want to provide, if you have comments that you want to provide, because this is a community endeavor and we really value that input. In particular, I want to encourage you to listen to the presentation from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, which started this past January, on their efforts, and to provide constructive feedback there as well. This is a topic that's now rightfully at the forefront of all of our minds, and NASA and other federal agencies are extremely supportive of this endeavor, and not just for the next few months, but for the future. No one here needs convincing about the value of the GLOBE program, but I want to highlight to you two ways that I think that GLOBE is now even more important than ever. The first is a better understanding of Earth, our home. We are interconnected. That's what Earth science allows us to see. It allows us to see how the different parts of the Earth are connected to one another and interconnected to one another, because we can't influence the atmosphere without influencing the biosphere, without influencing the hydrosphere, and without influencing the pedosphere. And it's these interconnections, and also with NASA science, that allow us to understand our home planet and the many changes that are in store for us in the future. And I think that GLOBE is also incredibly valuable for helping train students and citizen scientists and the public and anyone who engages in the program with the scientific process and critical thinking. And as we can see with this global pandemic, our ability to understand data, to understand the scientific process is real, and to be able to critically think is incredibly valuable as we make plans in our personal and professional lives, and as we think about how our society is going to change in the future. So I really can't emphasize enough how important I think the GLOBE program is in helping students and helping teachers help students and helping citizen scientists better understand our Earth and better be able to critically analyze the information provided to us. So again, happy 25th anniversary, GLOBE. I really hope that I can see many of you or all of you sometime soon. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brandon Jones. I'm a program director at the National Science Foundation and the director for Geosciences. And on behalf of my assistant director for Geosciences, Bill Easterling, I'd like to welcome you to this virtual meeting where we are celebrating 25 years of GLOBE, as you've heard before. I'd like to relay that I started my teaching career way back in 1994, and in 1995, I actually became a GLOBE co-teacher in Southern Maryland. And here I am 25 years later, delighted to be leading the effort to have NSF participate as a federal partner for GLOBE. This is an awesome time for me. As you heard before from my colleague Allison, currently the world is facing uncertainty in a variety of areas and among multiple sectors. Overarchingly, there's uncertainty with a pandemic, with protest, and with politics. But one thing that is for certain is the mission of the GLOBE program in supporting people to participate in the foundational principles of scientific discovery, all with the goals of training, education, sustainability, and international collaboration. It's my belief that through programs like GLOBE, we can show the importance of human connectivity and cooperation as it pertains to scientific discovery with a goal towards societal benefits. Again, on behalf of the National Science Foundation, where discovery begins, let's take this opportunity to reach out virtually and make new connections to push science forward, take care of the planet, and secure our future. Thank you for all you do for GLOBE, all that you have done and all that you will do. And please have a great meeting. And we're looking forward to seeing you all in person, hopefully next year. And now I'll turn things over to my colleague at NOAA, John McLaughlin.
Well, thanks, Brandon, and hello all. It is an honor to help welcome you to the 2020 GLOBE virtual meeting. Since the theme of this meeting is reflecting on the past, looking forward to the future, I'd like to start by reflecting back to January of 2002 when I attended my first GLOBE training. Younger me, seen in these photos, was just out of graduate school. I was planning a career in oceanography. I appreciated the field of education, but I didn't imagine I'd end up working in it. I had not heard of citizen science, and I knew embarrassingly little of the world outside the Northeastern United States. GLOBE changed all of that. The program helped me appreciate how Earth functions as a system and become excited to share that learning with others. It also gave me the opportunity to meet and befriend remarkable people from around the world. Thank you so much for all you've taught me. Now a few words on behalf of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. First off, I want to congratulate the program on 25 years and counting. That is no small feat. And it's a compliment to the outstanding work you do, providing authentic learning experiences and increasing understanding of Earth. This is a collaborative program that relies on a strong team, and everyone has helped. I also want to offer special thanks to my fellow federal agencies, especially NASA, for realizing the unique benefits of this program and continuing to support it for all these years. Looking forward to the future. It's exciting that GLOBE is moving forward with thoughtful, concerted efforts to be more inclusive, so that a more diverse set of participants get to share life-changing experiences. At NOAA, we recently adopted a citizen science as a science and technology focus area for our agency. A draft strategy is being prepared and should be out for public comment by the end of this month. I'll be sending it along to the NOAA community when it comes out, and welcome any feedback you can help provide about how we can better support citizen science within our agency. Currently, we're supporting GLOBE through competitive grants. I'm excited to announce 3 new projects that incorporate GLOBE. Were recently funded as part of the NOAA 21st Century Community Learning Center's Watershed STEM Education Program that we offer in partnership with the North American Association of Environmental Education with support from the U.S. Department of Education. With that said, I want to offer my best wishes for a wonderful virtual meeting these next few days, and I will now turn things over to my colleague, Kia Henry from the State Department.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is safe and well. I am Kia Henry, Public Diplomacy Officer at the U.S. Department of State. In the department, I work in the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental Scientific Affairs. So this means we engage the public all over the world on environmental issues ranging from the space to the ocean floor, and this also includes global health. I am privileged to manage the GLOBE program for the department. It is truly one of the most rewarding programs that I work on. I believe there is a poll question going that will show up. We'd be appreciative if you'd answer it on if you've had any U.S. embassy participation in any of your GLOBE activities. Over the past 25 years, the department has played the role of connector between NASA and international governments, helping countries to become GLOBE members. Our officers in embassies and consulates all over the world have served in this role. But they are also proud enthusiasts of the GLOBE community themselves. Many embassies have supported GLOBE through hosting annual student conferences and tree plantings, attending regional meetings, translating materials, hosting virtual exchanges, and even organizing ceremonies when GLOBE equipment arrives. So here at the State Department, we look to GLOBE and its program as a solid, effective example of science diplomacy, working together with other countries to solve problems and build relationships through science. And all of this for the benefit and the health of this planet. So we thank all of you for being such dedicated science diplomats. Looking towards the future, we are excited about what GLOBE will do and create for science education. And please know that we are here to support you. And let's see if we have some results from the poll. We'll see. Oh, good. This is good. And I hope that we can continue a U.S. Embassy and consulate participation in your GLOBE activities. We look forward to that. And I also look forward to the rest of the conference. And happy 25th anniversary. And with that, I'll turn this back over to Tony.
Thank you, Kia, and thank you to all of the sponsors. Without your continued support, this program would not be possible on the large scale, and so we would like to thank all of the sponsors for their continued support. Putting on an event like this would not be possible without a lot of effort on many people's behalf. And so I would like to introduce some of the GIO staff and other folks who have been involved in getting ready for this important annual meeting.
Hello, GLOBE community. My name is Julie Malmberg, and I lead the GLOBE Education Outreach Team. One of my tasks is to lead GLE's GLOBE annual meetings and now GLOBE virtual meetings. We've had a great team of people here working on this meeting. I can't wait for you to meet all of them.
Hi, my name is Amy Barfield, and I'm part of the Education Outreach Team in the GLOBE Implementation Office.
Hi, my name is Sarah Parsons, and I'm a program specialist on the Education and Outreach Team at the GLOBE Implementation Office.
Hello, I am Megan Delaney. I'm the lead administrator in the GIO office. I run the business operations behind the scenes, doing things like budgets and contracts and procurement to help support our amazing community.
Hi, my name is Katie Chapman. I'm the GLOBE Program Coordinator and part of the administrative team.
Hi, I'm Julia. I'm an administrative assistant and a proud member of the GLOBE admin team.
Hi, my name is John Ristvy, and I'm the Assistant Director of the GLOBE Implementation Office and the GIO Liaison to the GLOBE Education Working Group.
Hi everybody, I'm Lynn Wigbells. I'm the International Coordinator for GLOBE.
Hi, I'm Travis Anderson, GIO's Chief Data Scientist and Science and Support Manager.
Hi, my name is Roller Angel. I'm an IT Support Specialist with the GLOBE Community Support Team.
أهلا وسهلا. أنا سعيد جدا باشتراككم السنة دي في المؤتمر. I am Islam Care. I'm an IT support specialist and a member of the GLOBE Community Support Team.
Hi everyone, my name is Ksenia Lepikina and I am a member of the STEM team as a computer scientist and data analyst.
Hello everyone, my name is Dave Salisbury. I work as a data analyst with the STEM team. Hope you're all doing well out there.
Hi, my name is Mindy DePaula, and I'm a program specialist at GIO, currently working on the Zika Education and Prevention Project.
Hi, I'm Chris Woodall. I work with Jan Heiderer, and I'm a communications specialist with the GIO.
I'm Jan Heiderer, Globe Communications Coordinator. So now you have met all of us who have the pleasure of working with Tony in the Globe Implementation Office. However, we've had additional support for this meeting from others from outside. We really appreciate the frequent collaboration we have with the following people.
Hello, my name is Emma Hagan. I am assisting Globe with various aspects of their virtual meeting this year. I'm actually employed as a travel coordinator over at a different program called CPAS, but I'm happy to be a part of the Globe team for this meeting.
I'm Bob Wiley, UCAR Safety Officer. Looking forward to another great event with Globe. Be safe.
Hi, I'm Holly Cole, and I coordinate the Globe Observer team.
I'm Abby Wiley. I'm a student at San Diego State University, and I'm also a volunteer for the student experience of the 2020 Globe Annual Meeting online.
Hello, I'm Cornell Lewis with SSAI. I am a web manager for the globe.gov website.
Hi, from sunny Southern California. My name's Dave Overroy, and I work for SSAI. I'm the manager of the Globe Data Information System, which is all the technology that relates to Globe.
Hello everyone, my name is Autumn Burdick and I'm a science writer. I am the social media lead for the Globe program, and I also do communications for NASA Globe Observer. I work with Dave and Cornell at SSAI Pasadena with the rest of the DIS team in California. Thank you for being a part of the Globe 2020 virtual meeting.
Welcome back, and isn't it an amazing endeavor to put on an event like this? And I want to thank all of the people who have been involved in putting this together, from GIO staff to other folks that have been involved. Thank you very much. Also, it's been amazing over the last 30 minutes or so to welcome you to the program and to the annual meeting, and also looking at the different regions that you are from. And we have over 400 people at different points viewing the annual meeting right now. And here's a poll of where these folks are located in the different Globe regions around the world. So wonderful representation. We have all 6 regions represented. Thank you for being part of this, and thank you for coming to be part of this annual meeting celebration. And so next, Julie's going to share a presentation with you, and we're going to reflect on what's been happening in the Globe program over the last year. As John McLaughlin mentioned, the theme of the meeting is reflecting on the past, looking to the future. And so as we look to the past, we're going to look to the most recent past, in fact, to the last year. So if we can go to the next slide. So the community achievements with the support of the Global Implementation Office over the past year has included regional meetings, the International Virtual Science Symposium, Earth Day celebrating the 25th anniversary or 25 years of the program, Globe Observer and its successes, the Zika Education and Prevention Project, and also welcoming new countries into the Globe family. Next slide. So, as many of you know, each year we have annual regional meetings, and these are supported by the regional coordination offices within within the different regions. Latin America and Caribbean meeting was held in Brazil in August of last year. We had a CC meeting and protocol training for teachers. In the North American region, the meeting was held in Berkeley, California in October, and there was Professional Development Day as well as the US partner meeting. And then in the same month, a few days later in October, 21 through 25, we had the Europe and Eurasia meeting that was held in Italy. and there was teacher professional development as well as the country coordinator meeting held at that time. And the next slide shows some images from those meetings: the Latin American, Caribbean, the North American, and the Europe and Eurasia meeting. Next slide. Then rounding up the end of 2019, we had the Near East and North Africa meeting that was held in Kuwait. And it was in November. We had the country coordinator meeting, and we also had a very big protocol training for master trainers and master teachers there. And then starting the new year in 2020, in January, we had the Asia and Pacific meeting in India. And again, a country coordinator meeting was held, as well as mosquito training and an update on the mosquito project in that region. The Africa meeting was to be held in South Africa. Unfortunately, COVID began to appear on the scene at the time, and so the meeting was canceled very close to the dates that it was to be held on. But instead, a Zoom meeting was held in its place, and a Zoom meeting around professional development for country coordinators in in Africa to build the program in that region have been going on and have been very successful. Next slide, please, shows shows images from the Near East and North Africa, as well as the Asia and Pacific meeting. Next slide. One of the big success stories of this year, and continues to be a very successful story, is the International Virtual Science Symposium, or the IVSS, as many of you know it. This, in the 2020 Globe International Virtual Science Symposium, a record 265 projects were uploaded. This is really a testament to you in the Globe community, to the teachers, to the students, to the scientists, to all of you who helped to make this possible, and thank you for doing that. Reports were received from 29 countries. 8 new countries within the Globe family contributed reports this past year. There were 135 judges from 42 participating countries, and thank you to all of the judges who take the time to assess the projects and give constructive feedback to the students. Virtual badges were posted on all the school pages. Feedback and certificates were sent to teachers, and certificates and virtual badges were provided to all the judges. And in fact, I saw many judges proudly displaying theirs on Facebook sites, whether it was their own or associated with the program in their countries. And then it was also the first time that we had projects submitted in multiple languages. And so we had English, Arabic, Spanish, French, and Croatian were the languages that people could submit projects in. And we hope to continue that process of welcoming reports in different languages. Next slide, please. Earth Day is, of course, the birthday of the program. And April 22nd is a very, very important day in the history of the program. It's a time for the community to celebrate 25 years of the program. And the Global Implementation Office had a special video address that day with opening words from me, a collection of images from 25 years of the program that were stitched together into a wonderful video. If you haven't seen it, I would suggest that you go to our YouTube channel and watch it. It's a wonderful video. An update on the trainer certification process, a drawing for the IVSS and Zika Education and Prevention Project student reports, and then closing remarks from Dr. Allison Leitner, our NASA program manager. Next slide, please. We also created a Padlet for this particular event, and it was a Padlet where people could go and wish happy birthday to the program. And so you can see here, this is an image of the distribution of messages from around the globe community to the program itself. And this Padlet actually is still active. So if you're interested, you can go and see some of the messages that are on the Padlet for the 25th anniversary. Next slide, please. Globe Observer. Prior to COVID, a number of campaigns had been operated by encouraging people to collect and enter data from trees, clouds, and mosquitoes. And we still do encourage that data collection, but only if it's in a safe environment and doing it in a safe way. Once COVID arrived, the campaigns then pivoted to doing webinars about indoor activities, data analysis, and recommended that people do not collect data if it would require them to disobey local movement rules. So again, safety is paramount importance in the collection of data, and we want people to be mindful of that fact as they go out, if they can go out to collect data. Next slide, please. The Zika Education and Prevention Project. As of June 30th, 2020, more than 178,000 data points have been entered into the GLOBE database, resulting in about 10,000 new measurements in this quarter alone, even with the COVID-19 disruptions. And these reports are from all GLOBE countries. So even though the Zika Education and Prevention Project is centered around 3 of the GLOBE regions, all countries can contribute data to the mosquito habitat mapper on the Globe Observer app. And the data is always welcome. The project is supported by the Department of State, and we thank the Department of State for its support of the Globe Zika Prevention, Education and Prevention Project. Next slide. We welcomed 2 new countries to the GLOBE family in the past year, the country of Georgia and also the Slovak Republic. And so we welcome these new countries into the fold and welcome schools and teachers and citizen scientists from these countries to the program and to the various activities that are part of the program. Next slide. So here is our current map of the GLOBE countries that are involved in the program. We now have 123 countries that are divided across 6 regions in the program. And many of you are represented here today. As I said, each of the 6 regions are represented, which is wonderful. Just a few points, questions that you've been submitting to the program, through the app. These questions will be addressed during the Q&A session, the question and answer session on Tuesday morning, that's tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So if you'd like to hear the answer to the questions that you've submitted, please join us for that Q&A at tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. And then also, as a number of these events are being live streamed, to see the closed captioning, don't forget that you can click on the CC for the closed captioning to come up. And these sessions are being recorded. Next slide. So even in tough times like this, the GLOBE community stays strong, it stays engaged, and each of the different components of the program, whether it's the scientists, the teachers, the students, the GIO staff, the regional coordination offices, everybody is engaged in trying to keep the program engaged in this important time and keeping and developing support for one another. So we thank you for that continued engagement. There's a lot of engagement on the on this opening address. As I said, over 400 people have been visiting us at various points, and thank you for doing that. And so with that, we would like to end with a video that has shown some of the incredible growth in the data over the last 25 years, data that many of you have contributed to through your work as students, as teachers, as alumni, as scientists. And it's what has caused the growth in the database from basically 0 to over 180 million data measurements in the current database. So please take a look at this video and enjoy what you see.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the next session in our virtual Globe annual meeting. Just like everybody else earlier today, I wish I could have seen all of you in person, but I'm glad we're at least able to get together and let you know about everything that's been going on in Globe. I was asked to do a couple of housekeeping things before we start into the session. And if you've been wondering, how do you respond to polls or how do you ask questions? If you get your app and you go to the main page, you'll see a blue icon that says schedule. And if you click the schedule button, you should see the list of all the different sessions that you've signed up for. One of them, the one right now, is the Globe website and social media. And if you click on that particular session, about halfway down, you'll see live Q&A. So you can ask questions. You see submit a question now. And if you scroll down all the way to the bottom, down past the speakers, you'll see all the live polls. And Autumn Burdick, who will be presenting after me, has a number of poll questions there that she's asked for you to respond to. So when her presentation comes around, or I suppose even before that, you might be able to look at those poll questions. So just so you know how to get around in the app, hopefully you found your way around it. But that's how you can get to questions. And now we can get to the actual session that I was going to do. It's on the web technology session. And so the intention of this is to let you know about all the technology things that have been happening, what kind of things might be of interest to you that have changed, and what, oh, I'm sorry, this guy keeps coming in, bugging me. Could you not interrupt right now? I'm in the middle. Yeah. Here, give me that paper. Could I have the paper, please? Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Sorry about that. Tends to come in at random times and doesn't understand that we're doing a session here. So let me get back to the actual session itself. If we could share the screen. Hope you guys appreciated that. That's all I got. The rest of it is all their website. So we're going to be talking about the website, the technology, all the things that have been going on to support you as you've been doing Globe. You all know it takes a team, and we've got a great set of people that help out with everything that we do, starting from the top with Allison and Lisa Dallas, who is our technical manager. She's the one from NASA that really oversees all of our work. We have the members of the technology working group from all of the different regions that meet with us at least once a month and give us a lot of feedback and help on all the new things that we're developing. They help to make sure that what we're designing works well and meets the needs of the people in each of the different regions. We have weekly meetings with Globe, and Travis, Dixon, Ksenia are often on those calls. We have weekly meetings with the Globe Observer team, which Holly and Kristen lead. And then, of course, the GIO help desk with Eslam and Roller. And then we have a full team back in Pasadena that does all the work behind the scenes that Cornell and I get to present. And of course, thank you to you for giving us your feedback. It really helps when you tell us what's working, what's not working, what you like, what you wish might be changed. All of that feedback helps to guide us in terms of what we're developing. So do give us the feedback, and you can use the Q&A right now to post any questions or thoughts as we go through. Cornell is running the Q&A section, and so he'll be responding or at least highlighting questions to me as they come through. So usually when we do this, we talk about what's happened since the last meeting, and there's a lot of ways to look at it, but this is one way. Here are all of the different cloud observations that have happened in the last probably 10 months or so, 11 months, just to give you an idea of how much data everybody has been contributing to Globe. This is just the clouds, and of course, as you know, there's a lot more observations going on. Hopefully you saw that data video at the end of the previous session that kind of captured the various contributions. So on the mobile side, what's happening? The Globe Observer app, one of the big changes that we built was the Clouds Wizard. That has the ability to kind of guide you through a question and answer that you can answer yes and no to, and eventually it will lead you to identifying a particular cloud. So we created this as an alternative way for people to be able to identify clouds as they're going through. We worked with Jessica Taylor and her team at the Langley Research Center to kind of design how this works. It's been in the app now for a few months, so hopefully you've had a chance to look at it and try it out, and we hope it gives you another way to help identify clouds and figure out which cloud it is that you're looking at when you do your cloud identification. There was a Globe Observer app release, version 3, which many of you probably didn't even notice, but it had upwards of 60 different modifications in the app. A lot of these were little small fixes or enhancements that people in the community had requested. But again, you may not have noticed many of these, but we do hope that at the end of the day that some of these releases, you'll find the phone is more stable, the app is stable, and you're able to get the inputs that you want and send them over to Globe. So what about on the website? There was, I think, over 250 different student reports, if I remember from Tony's presentation earlier, that use the IVSS reporting tool to submit their student reports. We did make a number of changes to allow you to submit your reports. And I thought it was kind of nice. One of the enhancements was when you submit your report, you can report who else has collaborated with you from other countries. So that, to me, really captures a lot of what the Globe program is about, that you can submit your report and say, I just collaborated with somebody from another country. And that became a standard part of the features that people wanted to have in the app. On the data tutorials side, we recently delivered some things that are called Jupyter Notebooks. And this is focused on the Mosquitoes Habitat Mapper app, which you hopefully know about in Globe Observer. This was all sponsored as part of our Department of State work for the Zika project. The Python code, and it's a tutorial, which allows you to use the Globe API to pull data from the API. And there are 3 different versions that are up and available right now. One allows you to pull data by country and analyze the results, so you can make plots and graphs and charts. The second one performs linear regression analysis. So if you want to see how does the mosquito larva population change with air temperature, you can do those types of analysis. And then the last one allows you to pull all the mosquito bundle data from within a region. So for anybody who's a programmer, certainly people who know Python, if you've ever heard of a Python, a Jupyter Notebook, these are really neat collections of code that allow you to download it, change it, modify it, use it, and learn a little bit more about programming in the process. Here's a couple of screens from what they look like. And again, it's not for everybody, but if you're a scientist or if you are involved, if you've done any Python work, this is what it looks like. It allows you to go in and literally change any of the code on the fly and see the results come back. Or if you just want an example of how to make a graph in Python, for that matter, you'll see that there as well. There's a nice introductory training video up in the data tutorial site. And then there's a data users guide that is up that has information about the Globe data, how to access it, information on the parameters associated with the data. So again, if you're interested in using Globe data, the data tutorials section is a good place to look. On the visualization side, we added some tree height visualization. You have the ability to pull tree photos now in Viz. You might not have noticed, but in the Viz, there's a couple of icons that are up there on the top, and they allow you to share or embed your Viz windows. So if you want to share the pop-up window or just the graph itself, you can share that now, and you can put it in a Facebook page, you can share it in Twitter, you can embed it on a school page. So if you want to have it show up on a school page or a personal page, you can do that now just by clicking on those icons and grabbing the share code that comes with it. We spent some time working with the European Phenology campaign. It's a great campaign in Europe where they track the green up and green down over the year. And we made some modifications to the visualization system that really kind of align well with what they're doing. A lot of cool work out there. We get lots of pictures of the trees in various states. I think this one is a fig tree that you can track the progress of the leaves over time. Now that's all what you saw. A lot of the work that's been going on recently has been behind the scenes, and there are things that are going to be changing soon. So this is a chance for us to tell you about what's coming soon. It's been a lot of work over the last year in each one of these various areas, and I'm going to walk you through what's going on so that you can have a heads up as to what's coming. And the first 3 of these are going to be subjects of upcoming seminars during the annual meeting. So we'll be doing the data entry meeting at 2 o'clock Mountain Time today. And then the other 2 will be happening at 2 o'clock Mountain Time on Tuesday and Wednesday. So I'd encourage you, if you can, and if your time zone allows it, to join in on those meetings. We'll have a chance to walk through them. But just to give you a quick version of what's happening in each of these areas. You may have heard we've been working on streamlining the data entry system. And right now we have the data entry app and we have the Globe Observer app. So 2 separate apps. And we want to bring them together into one app so that people aren't confused. Which one do I use and why are there 2? Going forward, there will be only one app. It will be the Globe Observer app. And so we're moving all of Globe's data entry code, not just the 4 protocols that you're used to in Globe Observer, but all of them into the Globe Observer environment. And our goal is to make it easier to create sites. We've learned a lot from Globe Observer, and we kind of want to apply that to the general data entry system. So we're updating, we're upgrading, and we're moving that functionality over. So how will it work? Right now, when you go to Globe Observer, you see the 4 primary protocols. The image on the left shows a button on the bottom. So if you're a Globe Observer and you haven't been trained or certified, as we're starting to call it, in the rest of Globe's protocols, you'll see a little button on the bottom that says Discover all of Globe's protocols. And that will link to a page that will tell people about how to get trained or certified so they can do more protocols. But for somebody who is trained, who is a Globe member, a Globe teacher, a student, you'll see on the top right there's a button that says all of Globe data entry. And if you click on that, that will take you to all of Globe's protocols. So you'll still be able to get to the 4 that you're used to on Globe Observer, just like you do right now, but you'll see that extra button on the top that will take you to the rest of the app. So what will you see when you click on that button? On the left side, that's the first thing you'll see, the option to do a new observation. In the middle, you'll see all of the protocols listed by sphere. So you can choose, in this case, you see I chose air temperature and surface temperature. And then you choose the site that you want the data to go to. Now, because a lot of this is focused on the phone, we know where you are if you allow us to have access to that information on the app. And so we can show you, you're right here, and here are the sites that are right next to you. So it makes it really easy to select the site. You can just pick one off the map, or you'll see the list underneath. Once you select the site that you want the data to go to, you can enter your data just as you do now. There'll be a review page that gives you a chance to double check it to make sure it's correct and it's the right data. And then eventually it'll go onto the page on the right, which if you've ever done Globe Observer, you've seen that page. We call it the pending observation page, but it shows all of the measurements that you've made. And you can see on the right, air temperature and surface temperature are the 2 that I just took the measurement of, and I'm ready to send them to Globe. So there's a lot more going on with it that will help simplify the whole site creation process, simplify the way data gets in. But this gives you just a quick look at it. If you go to the session this afternoon, you'll also see we're going to open this up and allow you to try it out in a beta fashion. So you can be a tester for us and give it a try and see how it works for you. So that'll be happening at 2 o'clock Mountain Time today. Another thing that's been going on behind the scenes that I would bet nobody here cares about, but it was really important to do, and it's been a huge project. The software behind the scenes, which runs Globe, it's called LifeRay, and we're upgrading it to a new version. It's called LifeRay 7.2. And we've spent a lot of time and energy upgrading all this software. We've been using this software since about 2012, so it's been quite a few years. And every once in a while, we have to go through one of these big upgrades of the software to make sure it stays secure and safe. We want to make sure that there's no vulnerabilities. And then just to keep up with the times, too, you've got to have the latest and greatest version of the software. There's other reasons to do it, but those are some of them. Our goal, of course, is to try to minimize the impact on everyone. So just so you know, when we do roll it out, the main site will look almost exactly the way it does now. There's really not going to be a change to the way the site looks if you're just going and looking at the web pages. But there will be some changes if you do any administrative work. So country coordinators, partners, regional people, even teachers will see some of this. We always used to tell you the manage and go to, that's where you go to, up on the top right. Well, that's going to move to the left side. But if you look at it, it will look exactly the same. It will have the same content. There's certain page management features that will move around. It'll be a lot easier to upload images. So if you've ever done a blog or posted any content, right now it's kind of a difficult process to go through uploading images. But in the new version, it'll be a lot easier. So as I said, our goal is to do a lot of work, make a huge change to the system without making a big change for you. So we don't want to cause too much consternation. This is just an example of things that change. So you see, I mentioned the manage and go to. This is where they are in the current site. And in the new site, they're going to move over to the left side. But you can see under go to, it still says enter data and visualize data. And under manage, it still has the tools that partners and country coordinators and so on are used to being able to access. So just want you to know that the changes are coming, but hopefully they're not too significant to cause you too much of oh my gosh, what's changing? So that discussion will be happening tomorrow at 2 o'clock Mountain Time, and Cornell will be doing that particular presentation. The third thing we've been working on behind the scenes, and this is still a little ways off, but is working on the website architecture. I think one of the most common comments that I hear about the website is there's lots of great stuff there, but sometimes I just don't know where to find it. Or this is buried 5 levels down. Why isn't it up at the top? So, we've talked to people last year at the annual meeting and then at a number of the regional meetings. And we really want to make it as easy as possible for you to find the content and the resources that you use most commonly, the most important things. So one of the goals in going through this website architecture analysis was to say, well, what are the things that people really want to see up at the top? And there's been a number of interviews and surveys. Cornell will talk about this tomorrow to partners, country coordinators, teachers, and others to get input on that. We also want to simplify the account creation process. It can be a little bit daunting as you come in to do the account creation process. So we want to improve that and simplify it. This is just an example of the changes that we're proposing. One area is the Do Globe area, which right now has a lot of stuff in it. You can get lost under Do Globe. So we want to pull some of that content out. Let's make the protocols really obvious. Let's make the campaigns really obvious. Let's make the research information really obvious. So we want to move those things up. And then there's other areas too that we're working on to really clean it up and clarify and make it real obvious. This is where you go to get this information, and do a little bit of design work too to help improve it. So that's again going to be tomorrow, or I think the next day, Wednesday. And Cornell will be able to give you some more details. This is an example of one of the things we're looking at as part of this redesign effort. Currently, we have a My Page, and it has some value to people. But one of the comments we heard frequently from teachers was, I'd really like to have a place to go that really captured all the things that I need to know and all the things that I do for Globe. And so this is a rough draft. This is not, the pretty version. This is we call it a wireframe. So it's kind of an ugly stand-in. But this is an example of what a My Page might be modified to look like. We still have the profile, which is where you can tell us about yourself. But we'll have links to your data sites, to your protocols, to your certifications, recognition, student accounts. All of that will be available on one page, really easy to get to. And we're really trying to focus on what are the things you need to do. I should mention, I'll say Sarah because I can never say her name right. And Sarah, someday you'll correct me. But Sarah um, was somebody who helped give us a lot of help as she's interviewed a lot of teachers, and Cornell and her have been working quite a bit to try to really define this. Sorry, Sarah. This is a little information on the guided process for new users to join. So we want to have a very clear step 1, step 2, step 3. And I think in the final version of this with the graphics, we'll walk people through. So you'll see, you know, step 1, put in your information, slide to the left, step 2, you know, enter your school information, slide step 3, whatever it happens to be. So again, this has been quite a bit of work to go through this. There's been a committee of people that have been helping us out. And we're looking forward to getting your input on this as we talk about it later this week. So that'll be happening on Wednesday at 2 o'clock. And then there are some other things that are actually in progress. They're still a little ways off. We don't have them totally designed. So what you'll see are these very rough versions of what they will look like. But we've heard some people talk about globe teams. Hopefully many of you know about those. Globe teams allows you to create a group of people and you can do measurements together. So I can create a globe team and then keep track of how much data our team is generating, how much data we're measuring. So we want to be able to support the idea of team competitions. So you can say, hey, I want my team to compete against your team. And the competition is going to go from August 1st to August 30th. And you know, however many members we have in our team, off we go. And you'll be able to go to a page that you can see, here's how much data my team is doing, how much data your team is doing. Ideally, we'd like to add to that the ability to see the individuals in the team. And so I can see user 1 has done 20 observations and user 2 has done 30 observations. So we'll see who's ahead in the team as an individual as well as a team competition. We've heard about people using this. There's some folks in Australia, a number of Boy Scout troops that were using the team competition to take different troops and have a competition to see, you know, who could do the most data. We actually did a pilot with this, which I think is just ending, with a company called Accenture. And this is the results as it was a week or two ago. And you can see they have all their different teams from different parts of the world. You can see the total number of members, the total number of observations and which protocol they're doing. So we actually have some of this working in a rough version in our production environment right now. And the idea is to roll this out to allow others to support the whole team competition concept. So pretty excited about this and curious to get your feedback. Again, if you want to post any comments or questions through the app, we'll be able to see them and talk about them in a bit. Another one that we've been working on is, are my measurements being used? And I don't know a better way to say this, but the idea is people are contributing data to Globe, but you might wonder, is anybody actually looking at my data? Does anybody use my data? How would I know? So we've actually built something now. It's in our staging environment. And this is, again, the ugly version of what it looks like. But this is actually my data. And you can see I have a test mobile school and a test atmosphere site. And you can see ADAT. So this school, this site, ADAT, I had a soil densities value there, has been used once in however long it's been since I put the data in. If I go up, you can see 138 on the third line down. So that would tell me that my sky conditions, that's essentially my clouds data, has been retrieved 138 times through the ADAT tool. Now this is in our staging environment. So this is all test data and test examples. What we want to do, of course, is move this into production. And we're already tracking the information we need to be able to support this. But you'll be able to go and look at your data and find out, you know, has anybody looked at my data? And I will tell you that it's been really surprising because we've done some tests in production. I have a Davis weather station myself. And I can tell you my Davis weather station data has been accessed literally thousands of times And it's really kind of encouraging to know that people are looking at the data, using the data, retrieving the data. And that's what we want you to know, is that you're not just collecting this data and throwing it into a black hole of a database, that it's actually being used by students and scientists and others. And this will give you the direct feedback on how much is your data being used and what's being used and how frequently. So this is, again, it's in development. You can see it's pretty far along, but we still have a ways to go to get it to the point that we'll be able to roll it out. Another one we're working on in conjunction with the Department of State Zika project is to give the Mosquito Habitat Mapper app an update, a refresh. And these are a couple of screenshots of mock-ups of what we're considering. This is still in kind of a rough development standpoint. We haven't really started a lot of work on it. We've just conceptualized it. So what you see is one of the parts of the current Mosquito Habitat Mapper app is they call it the dichotomous key. And right now, if you go through that, it's pretty complex. There's a lot of text. You have to read a lot to try to figure out what to do. And what we really want to do is change it to make it more visual. So you can see on those two examples that I have here, instead of having a lot of text about a siphon is the part of the mosquito larva that is used to breathe. If you look at the back end of your, in words, instead we want pictures that make it really easy. And that middle picture will show you, it just says, which looks most like your larva. It has a siphon or it does not have a siphon. And there's a picture and you just click the button that is the closest to look like what your particular larva looks like. The next one, is your siphon cylindrical or is it pointed? And again, you've got the two pictures, you can click and it will take you on to the next step. So we're hoping with that it'll make it easier for people to use. Certainly internationally, it'll be less reliant on reading a lot of English. You can look at the images and try to do the analysis that way. So that's kind of a big refresh that'll be coming along for Globe Observer. Another area that we're looking at is awards. And again, this was part of what we're doing with the Zika project as well, is doing an integration to a website called SciStarter. I think a large number of you probably know about it. It's a citizen science support site that has lots of projects on it. And the Globe Observer projects are all up on SciStarter. You can see right here, we're far enough along that you can't get to it yet, but in our testing, we have the Mosquito Habitat Mapper app is now connected to SciStarter. And I think in here you can see, yeah, it says 18 contributions to affiliate projects. So this is one of our test accounts. And every time I submit my contribution for Mosquito Habitat Mapper, it will give a credit over to SciStarter. So if you're doing much with SciStarter, or if as a Girl Scout troop, you want to be able to have a number of Girl Scout troops work together and track how everybody's doing, you'll be able to make your Globe Observer observation and then have it get counted in SciStarter. And as I understand, there are a lot of Girl Scout troops that use SciStarter to help track their contributions to citizen science. So I think it'll be a neat feature for people to be able to use. Just so you know, it doesn't send the data to SciStarter automatically all the time. It only sends it if you sign up for it within the app. So one of the things we really wanted to be cautious about was to respect your privacy. We don't want to just send your data to anybody. So in order for this to work, you actually will have to go into the app, log into SciStarter through the app, and then once you've done that, your data will start going to SciStarter. But if you never log in to SciStarter and you never connect in through the app to SciStarter, your data will never go to SciStarter. So we do try to keep it protected. And again, we want to respect your privacy. So that's the way it's looking to go. We hope to have this out again, hopefully in the next month or so. Some other future enhancements that we're talking about would be to allow avatars to represent you. So think of the team page. Right now we have a team page. Wouldn't it be great if you could have an avatar and say, oh, a crazy scientist has 15 observations and you have a little avatar there. We could use that perhaps for student accounts as well, but just a way that we can allow you to have something that represents you on the website without having your name or any personally identifiable information. So again, we want to respect everybody's privacy, but we do want to allow you to have a way to have some recognition on the site, especially within teams or schools, so you can see who's doing what and who's contributing the data. We've also talked about a reward system and improving what we have. We've got a little something, but I think we could do a little bit more, and we've got some ideas on how we might do that. And then for the international audience to be able to embed Google Translate on the pages. Many of you probably already have a little Chrome plugin that'll do it for you anyway, but we want to be able to put it on the pages so that you can take advantage of Google Translate or not. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. But you'll have the choice to be able to do that. And then lastly, for teachers, we'd like to, and we've got some ideas, we've done some interviews with some teachers about how we can improve the whole student account system. So if you have ideas on that, please let us know or contact the people in the technology working group for your region, because that is an area that we want to start talking about and just kind of conceptualizing what would this improved student tracking system look like. So that's a lot of stuff, and I've been talking for a while, but I just want to go back and remind you of some of the sessions that are coming up. I tried to give you just a quick overview of some of the key areas where we're doing a lot of work and where your feedback would be appreciated. And each one of those sessions, as I mentioned, has some specific, more specific presentation where we go into a little more detail. So if you want to know more about how the new data entry system works, we'll be covering that today. If you want to know how the new Globe software, LifeRay 7.2, might affect you, especially partners, country coordinators, and region office folks, that's tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And then if you'd like to have some vision as to what our new site architecture will look like and would like to give us some feedback on that, that'll be Wednesday at 2 o'clock. So with that, I will mention that each one of these demos that we have is up in a place we call the Tech Corner. And if you go to the virtual annual meeting, you see it's, you can get to it right off the homepage. You'll see there's a link there that says Tech Corner. And if you go to that page, you'll see each of those 3 sessions that are listed. There's a place where you can provide feedback. In the case of the Globe Data Entry app, there's a document you can download that will take you through the steps on how to get the beta version of the Globe Observer app onto your phone so you can try it out. And so that's the version that has the enhanced data entry forms on it. So you can download it and give it a try. I always remind people that if you do that and try it, don't forget when you're done to delete the app and then reinstall it from Google Play or the App Store, because that app is in our staging environment. It's like a test environment. And if you do any more data collection when it's pointing to our staging environment, nobody will ever see it because that goes to a test environment. You can do whatever you want there. You can post as much data as you want. It doesn't matter because it's just a test environment. So don't forget, if you do decide to test it out, don't forget to delete it and reinstall it when you're done. But all that information is up there in the Tech Corner. The document will walk you through the steps, and we'll try to help you out if you have any questions or confusion along the way. And although I've been doing all the talking, again, David Overroy, Cornell is my partner in crime, and he will be doing a number of the presentations this week as well. I think he's been on the app answering questions. And maybe I'll take a pause for a minute before we go on to our next presentation and just check and see if there's any specific questions that people might have that I could answer now, or if we should continue along. So Cornell, do you have anything that was coming up?
Yeah, Dave, there were a number of questions and a couple of comments. So I will just read them out to you. First question was, because of the COVID-19, some of the trainers have had to do virtual trainings, which combines e-training and protocols, e-protocols and webinars. And they often give homework, e-protocols prior to webinars. As trainers have no way of knowing who completed the homework assignment. So they would like to be able to somehow get notified when the person has completed the homework. That's just something for us to look into.
Okay, yeah. I know we've talked and at various times, you know, gee, would Globe ever want to have a learning management system to support, you know, to better support trainings? And that kind of ties into that. I will say one of the things we've talked about at times was the ability to validate that somebody actually put data into the system. So if you're doing a training, one thing you might want to check beyond just the training itself is, did they ever log in and did they ever put data into the system? And so that may be something that if you think that would be a useful thing, let us know. It's always been on kind of the side, like, I wonder, that might be useful. So that's another thing to think about.
Right. All right. Second question is regarding the changes to the app. You were showing in the presentation that if you're not trained, the button's at the bottom, and if you are trained, the button is at the top. And they were thinking, could it be possible to have the button at the bottom so it's consistent? That way it's on the bottom on both views. People can check on the same spot and same order for clouds, trees, etc.
Yeah, that's a really good question. We've had a great debate about that, and the attraction of having it be consistent is certainly there. The only reason we moved it up to the top in the way it is right now is for trained Globe people. We thought you probably would be doing data entry through that most often. And so it would be useful to have it right there at the top. Whereas, of course, for observers, most of them are just going to keep with the 4 protocols that they know and love. And, you know, they might be interested in seeing what this learn more is, but they don't really care about it as much. But I could certainly see if we've got a lot of feedback from this meeting where everybody said, no, consistency is more important than convenience. And maybe it's not that inconvenient to have it at the bottom in both places. But that's a good question. We might get some feedback from people as they're using the app, what they think about that.
Next question along those same lines is how do I apply for a Globe certified training in order to enroll in Globe data entry? Please briefly specify the steps for new users.
So if there was ever a reason that we need to work on our redesign of the site, that's it, right? Yeah. That's one of the key reasons we want to work on the redesign of the site, is to make it much more clear. But if you go up on the site right now, there's a Get Started button, and you could fill that out and get your account set up. Or if you're a Globe observer, you can just use your Globe observer account. And then there is a training session on the site. Look for something that says e-training, and if you go through the e-training, you can become certified on the protocols. So especially now when there's no in-person workshops that are really possible to occur, the e-training is the way to go. Take a look up on the site for the e-training options, and currently you need to do an intro to Globe, intro to a sphere of your choice, and 1 protocol. So 3 different e-trainings. Once you complete it, you will become a certified Globe person, and then you'll have access to be able to do all the protocols.
I think, like you said too, on the new app, if they click on that button, it will go to a page that will explain how to become certified as well.
Yeah, that's the reason for that button on the bottom, the Do More button. And I think if Holly was out there, she'd be reminding me that there is a link on the Observer site that is supporting that particular button that's probably up right now too. So I'll see if I can find that while Autumn's talking, and see if we can post it back out there for everybody.
All right, next one is a comment. Having the ability to see individual team member contributions would be an incredible assessment tool.
Awesome. And that's what we want to hear too, you know, from teachers in particular. If you want to use the Teams tool to keep track of what your students are doing, you know, that's an option that we've heard people talk about, and we want to be able to support it. So that's kind of bringing the teams together with the school, with the student accounts, with individual attribution, and trying to figure out how all those pieces come together is a really important part of what we want to do in this next year.
All right, next question. They love the idea of tracking other users, assessing and using my data. But when you say using the data, what exactly does that mean? I can foresee this question when I let teachers and students know their data is being used.
Yeah, the definition of being used means it was retrieved through one of our tools. So if somebody pulled up a viz map with air temperature measurement on February 3rd and your data was on that map, then you get credit for one usage. If somebody goes into ADAT and does a search for data and your data is returned as part of that search, then you get a credit for your data being used. And the same thing on the API. So anytime somebody pulls your data, you get a credit.
Next question. Personally, I think collecting data is fun and educative. How do we know that the data we had collected was correct or not?
Well, hopefully you know. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. One is obviously training in the protocol. So, hopefully you've got the training in the protocol to help, know how to follow the protocol procedures properly. The app and the data entry system has range checking on the values just to make sure they're within a reasonable range. But really, that's a lot of what we work with you on, is to make sure you have the information you need to know how to do the protocols correctly. And if you report that it's 23 degrees today in your location, then that's the information that goes into the database. There has been quite a bit of talk about doing some quality testing on the data that is in the database. There's some that happens, but I think we could probably expand that more. To be able to do some checking on the quality, flag data. If we see data being recorded at midnight, that's a clouds observation. Although I've heard the clouds people say they still like nighttime observations too. Don't know if I understand, but I've heard that. There's some things that we can do from a quality check standpoint, and then the whole model that is going on with clouds right now, where when you do a clouds observation, if you time it with a satellite overpass, you'll actually get feedback from the satellite team that says, you thought it was this, our analysis says it's that. And you can look at that comparison and be able to evaluate, hey, did I do a good job? Maybe I should understand a little more what a cirrus cloud is, because I thought it was cirrus and they said it's cumulonimbus or whatever it happens to be. And I know there's been a lot of talk about trying to bring in more NASA satellite mission data to compare to your measurements to give you that feedback, so you can have a little more confidence that what you're observing is what the satellites are seeing. Or if it's really different, then that might be a really interesting data point for the scientists to do the mission to know, hey, this didn't match. You might want to take a look at it.
You got a comment. Great presentation, Dave. I think your wife is watching this video.
Yeah, that $10 worked. That's great.
How does the SciStarter help Globe citizen scientists?
SciStarter is a tool that a lot of citizen science groups have been using independent of Globe. If you were to look at it, it's got, I'm sure, hundreds of citizen science projects, and Globe now has 4 in its database. And people have been using SciStarter for a lot of different ways, but among them, I've heard a lot about how the Girl Scouts in the United States use SciStarter to have to support their troops. So if the troop needs to go off and do a certain amount of citizen science work, say they have a requirement to do 5 hours of citizen science work in order to get a badge, SciStarter will track that when they do a citizen science project. And so now, by adding Globe Observer to that list, if a Girl Scout does do Globe Observer, they will get credit back to their account for having spent 15 minutes or whatever it is on Globe Observer. So it's really providing a service and a connection to a strong existing citizen science support program. And I think it expands for people who want to use Globe Observer. It allows them to make use of something they may have already been using.
So we're almost out of time, but a few more questions. One person asked, can students register in the Globe Observer?
Yes.
Yes. I don't see the Tech Corner on my app.
The Tech Corner is not on the app, unfortunately. You do have to go to the website. And if you just go to the Globe homepage, the first image is about the annual meeting. Click on that, and you'll see the Tech Corner is linked right from there.
When will the changes take effect? I have a virtual Globe training next week. Thanks, love what you're doing.
Most of the things that I talked about that are in progress are a fair ways off. So all of those are kind of in rough form. For the data entry app, we agreed we would not release anything until after the Clouds Challenge that's going on in about 2 days, I think it is. So if you don't know, there's a big Clouds Challenge that's coming up. It's going to last a month. So I would expect the new data entry app to go live after the Clouds Challenge, which is mid-August. So with that, I probably should stop sharing and then send it over to Autumn. And if there's other questions, I'm sure we can answer them as time goes on. But Autumn Burdick is in charge of the social media for Globe, and she's going to follow up with a presentation. Thank you, everybody, for your time, and good luck.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me today, and thank you, Dave, for that introduction. Before I get started into my presentation, I did want to very quickly remind you all of how to participate live during this presentation. I know Dave ran over it a little bit at the beginning of his, but I just want to reiterate. Go into your meeting app, select schedule, select then the session or the presentation that you are viewing, scroll down, and you will find some poll questions I have for you. These are sprinkled throughout my presentation, and I would love to hear your opinions and thoughts. It will really help me and my team as we continue to plan and execute social media as the year continues. The other thing I want to reiterate is that you are welcome to ask me questions. So go ahead and throw those into the meeting app, and Dave and Cornell will be passing them along to me at the end of my presentation. So I'm going to put my phone down for a little bit here and get started. So for those of you who do not know me, my name is Autumn Burdick. I am the social media lead for the Globe program, and I will be presenting to you all on Globe social media, detailing our efforts and results since our last annual meeting in Michigan of July of last year, 2019. I wish that we could be together in person, I really do, but I'm glad that we have the opportunity today to meet virtually. So to begin, and before I get into the bulk of my presentation, I want to invite you all to follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also take note of my first polling question there and go ahead and plop it into the app. Give me an answer. I'd love to hear what your opinions are on this. You might have noticed that I didn't actually invite you all to follow us on NASA Globe Observer. And especially if you've been with the Globe program for a while, you might have noticed too that we were consolidated this past year. Our social media accounts are now combined. And this went into effect on March 1st of 2020. This came about because NASA headquarters had issued a mandate that social media accounts associated with NASA should be consolidated. So we did follow suit, and since March 1st, as I mentioned, we have been combined. So you will be able to find everything and anything that you would like to learn about both the Globe program and NASA Globe Observer on our one platform, be it Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. And so too, with that consolidation, our team is now combined and also has grown. Please meet the Globe social team. Here they are with their various focus roles. We do communicate to a broad audience, be it a Globe student, a teacher, or an interested member of the public who would like to do citizen science with the NASA Globe Observer app. I want to extend a really big thank you to this team. This team provides a great deal of content, especially if you follow us, you will know that to be true. We create a lot of custom visuals such as shareables. We take great photography to illustrate our posts. We create, build, and support wonderful videos that we share with you on a weekly basis. We also work together to create the challenges that you get to participate in and learn about, both on the website and on social media. And we also write the words and the information that you read and learn from
on a daily, weekly, monthly, and annually basis. It really is a ton of content, and this team is truly a joy to work with. They're a lot of fun, and it does take a team. So I really want to say thank you to this group of people. We are placed all over the country, so we do get to work together most of the time virtually, which I think has really helped now that we're in a virtual state across the board. Second poll alert, so check that one out and let us know which types of content have been your favorite over the last year to help us and provide us with some feedback on how to fine-tune our posts for the future. And now, as a team, we have supported and covered a great deal of content and communicating a lot about many different things. Last year, we concluded the Go on a Trail Challenge shortly after the annual meeting of September 2nd. We also had our Cloud Challenge in the fall. This was a major effort and to great success. I will be talking about that in just a moment. We also, at the beginning of the year, when consolidation was communicated to us that we would need to do this, we switched gears and created a lot of information and content to best communicate to you guys and the public in general about what would be happening and where to go to get the latest and greatest from Globe. Then, of course, we were doing our Trees Challenge. As many of you know, that was postponed with many of the other campaign and IOP items that would have taken place this past spring and summer. It was a major effort. We're ready to go with it, but we are holding it until the time is right. So that one, as I said, was a major effort, and this team did a lot of great work on it. But as I said too, it's ready to go, and we will put it out there soon. NASA at Home, of course. If you've been following us, you've seen what we've been doing there, and I will be talking about that shortly. But again, another time where we switched gears and changed up our plans to provide you all with the content that was needed for current times. And then, of course, as Dave mentioned, we will be having our Cloud Challenge kicking off this Wednesday, the 15th. So more on that in just a moment. But as you can see here, we have had so many different great content areas, weekly posts that get sent out to you all to expect and learn from on a daily or weekly basis, such as Kristen Weaver on our team puts together our Friday recap videos. So if you are submitting any data through the Globe Observer app, you may just see your picture featured on our Friday video. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. Now, one of our major pushes, which I did mention, is our Fall Cloud Challenge in the fall of 2019. This took place in October to November of last fall. This was a wonderful opportunity for the world, everybody that was a part of a Globe country, to communicate about clouds. To learn about clouds, we communicate about it, excuse me. We did put out all of our content in Spanish as well as English, and it was a great deal of content for that period. It was our most successful social media campaign to date. We reached nearly 5 million people with this content. And it's just wonderful to see everybody participating all around the world and doing citizen science together. Now, another major effort, as I mentioned, was our NASA at Home, our NASA at Home support. When the pandemic came into full effect, we of course postponed the Trees Challenge. And as I mentioned, we switched gears. We did need to adjust. So we did. We adjusted to gather and provide at-home resources to the public. This not only included online resources that you can access online or shared via social media, but we also worked with NASA headquarters to get on the NASA at Home weekly video schedule. And so we produced, with our SMEs, our science mission experts, and members of the Globe program, to create a video where we explain something about the science and then demo a protocol or some type of activity that would be associated with learning more on how to make an observation or to learn from it. We did produce 9 videos so far since April, and we've put these out weekly on NASA Earth, working with NASA headquarters to get this done. It's been a great effort across the team. We produce these, we support them live, we answer questions live to anyone who's watching as these go out on NASA Earth every Thursday in the past. And with this video content, we have reached over 6.2 million people, which is just great. People from all around the world have been joining us live each week. And it's really great to see their comments and their support, their gratitude for these videos that we've been providing them as they've been at home with children, perhaps that need some educational content as schools have been closed. So this has been a really good outreach effort for the GLOBE program, not only for people who already know about it, but the general public that maybe just might be learning about it by watching our video. One of my favorite comments from this period of sharing these weekly videos is that top left-hand corner one, where a couple in Australia, 98 and 70 years old, who had been in isolation, who are in isolation, were really inspired by Marilyn and her 2 daughters to create a clouds journal. So it's feedback like that that really makes our days and inspires us to continue doing what we do. So besides these 2 big ticket items that I just detailed for you all, we have been providing daily content on our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And this is just a short summary of the impact we have had with that content. We've gained over 7,000 followers. That content that we created, over 2,200 tweets and posts were made by this team in the last year. That's a lot of content. We've also reached and impressed a lot of people. As you can see here, 13.6 million people. And that's just fantastic. Now I'm going to go into a little more detail in just a moment, but I did want you all to see this summary because you can see we've had a great impact, and I'm really proud of that. Now here are some further details. I've broken it down because we did have our pre-consolidation period from July, just after the meeting, of course, to February, before we were consolidated. So this is Globe Social, the various amounts of followers, the amounts of posts that were written in that time period per platform, as well as our top posts for the period. Our top posts, of course, Cloud Challenge. We had a great impact there. And so people were really paying attention. So our top post for this period was a Cloud Challenge post, as well as another clouds related post on Twitter. For Globe Observer, during that pre-consolidation period, we also made great impact and growth and impressions and reach. And our Cloud Challenge was our top post there and our tweet. But in this case, it had to do with our results. So our congratulations video, where we thanked all the people that had observed with us for that month-long period. Now, post-consolidation, we continue to grow. We've also been providing that at-home content that I mentioned. And our top post for this period was an at-home video with Jessica Taylor and her 2 daughters, reaching over 9,000 people with that video. And then also our alert to the public on Twitter, letting them know that the NASA at Home website was available and that it contained Globe content for access. Now, Globe Instagram, we've only had the one, no consolidation needed there, which is great, but we've been providing posts weekly, as well as stories on a weekly and weekly and monthly basis. So these have been going out and have been received well, and we've been seeing good growth and reach there. Now, coming up this Wednesday, this is your opportunity to get involved with the GLOBE program and making observations. However, because of our current situations and the pandemic being throughout the world, we have changed our challenge request over you all just a little bit. And I do want to invite you to take part because there are many ways that you can participate this year. You don't have to make a clouds observation to take part in this challenge this time around. There are many ways that you can participate. Definitely check out our websites to learn more, or head on over to the nasa.gov website to read our NASA feature all about it. We have a hashtag that I do want you to make use of as you participate with us for the Cloud Challenge. It's Cloud Challenge, super easy to remember. So share with us what you're doing as you participate all month long, starting on Wednesday with the Cloud Challenge. And when I say there are many ways to participate, I mean it. We have our activity tracker, and you can make use of this. You can color in the clouds as you do each thing. You can do one item on here, or you can do them all. It's up to you. You can watch a video. You can make an observation. You can make cloud art. You can create a journal, as I mentioned with that Australian couple during the beginning of the pandemic who mentioned that they were going to do that. Definitely take part and then show us what you're doing by making use of that hashtag or tagging us on social media. But definitely check out the website to learn even more about how this Cloud Challenge will take place this year. Now, I do want to invite you all to participate on social media for the virtual meeting. Use the hashtag VirtualGlobe2020. Share with your friends and family what you're doing, thinking, learning about. For example, for me, I might just take a picture of my presentation right here and share about that on social media. Let people know how much you love the GLOBE program. Let them know that there's something that you guys are doing together this week. It's important to communicate with your friends and family, and I think this is such a great opportunity for that, so definitely do that. The other thing I would like to invite you all to do this week, in celebration of GLOBE's 25th anniversary, is to share on social media all week long by taking part in this photo challenge. And I really want to thank Claudia, Andrea, and Marta for suggesting this great idea. So today is day 1 of 4. I will be sharing this picture online after this presentation, but here's just a sample of my post. Let's fill social media with images and memories of good times together in person with the GLOBE program. I will tag 3 people, and I challenge them to do the same. If you're on right now, I really am challenging you guys. So Laura, Amos, and Anna, get ready. I just think this would be a wonderful way to connect, especially since we can't be together in person today. And I really miss meeting you all. I really miss the conversations we would have in person. I miss seeing my friends that I've met through the GLOBE program, such as Berthy. And I do hope that we will be in person sometime soon in the future. But let's stay connected via social media or FaceTime. And please do that with your friends and family as well. This is a time to make sure that your loved ones know you love them. This is a time to let people know how you're thinking and feeling, as I mentioned before. So stay connected, and you can use social media to do that. So I do want to say thank you for listening in and taking part. If there are any questions, Dave, Cornell, I will be happy to answer them at this time.
Well, let's see. There was one comment. Watch out for the rescheduled tree challenge this fall.
That's correct. We are looking forward to the fall as the time we will take part in a trees challenge altogether. So do look forward to that. If there are any other questions or comments that come up, please feel free to send me an email at autumn.burdick@ssaihq.com, or you can follow me on social media and send me a message there. Just look up Autumn Burdick. And with that, I will remind you all to tune in to our next session at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. Dave and Cornell will be back and presenting on that new data entry in GLOBE Observer. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody, welcome back to what is for me the afternoon's session of the virtual meeting. I hope you had a chance to have breakfast or lunch or dinner or dessert or snack or whatever it is you were able to do in between the various sessions. This afternoon, for me, we'll be talking about the new data entry system. I told you a little bit about it in the opening session, and this will give us a chance to go into it in a little more detail. And if all works right, we'll be able to do a demo on my phone. So we'll see how that goes along. So let's talk a little bit about why we're doing this and what we're trying to accomplish. Again, if you saw the earlier session, you've seen some of these. But our goal really is to modernize the data entry forms so that it's a nice user experience, a nice user interface. We want to add things like data range checking and make sure it's real obvious. Somebody asked the question in the earlier section, how do we know that our data is good? And at least one of the ways you know is if it falls within the prescribed data ranges. And so right now, this new version of the app checks things on the fly. So just as you type it in, it'll be cross-checking to make sure that the ranges are in the right areas. We also want to bring Globe Observer and the Globe Data Entry apps together. So we've had these two separate apps, and there's been, kind of historical reasons why that happened. But really, we want to bring them together so that there's only one app, and it's the Globe Observer app, and that will have everything you need to know to be able to do Globe. There's a new thing that's called bundling. It's a grouping of protocols, and this app does support bundling. You'll be able to create your own bundle. So if there's some combination of protocols that you use frequently, you'll be able to save them off and be able to get to them very quickly. There's also the Globe specified bundles. So there's an Enzo bundle, or there's a Mosquitoes bundle. And each one of those has some number of protocols that are part of what you would select. You'll be able to go in and say, just give me the Mosquitoes protocol bundle, and automatically just those particular forms will show up and be available. It simplifies the site creation and data entry process, and hopefully you'll see that in the demo. We really wanted to do something to make it as easy as possible for you to enter your data. Since that's such a key part of Globe, we have to have data in order to do Globe. And so we want to make it as painless as we possibly can. We also learned a lot from Globe Observer. There are things we did in Globe Observer that we wanted to bring back into the data entry system. So we want to take advantage of some of the lessons learned. We also will now have one set of code. So right now we have to maintain the desktop data entry forms. We have to maintain the data entry app, the Globe Observer app. There's probably 4 or 5 other ones out there that I can't think of right now. But these brings all of that together so that it's one set of code, and that makes it easier. We can be more efficient with the changes and keeping things going. Also, everything will look the same now, whether you're on mobile, desktop, iOS, Android, Chromebooks, all of them will look the same, regardless of what platform you choose when you connect up to the environment. So these are all good. You might wonder, how does that work and how will it look? Well, these two screens give you an idea. The two pictures on the right here. The left one shows what it would look like for somebody who's already trained in the Globe protocols. And I used the term before, certified. So in that case, you see the link right there at the top, Atmosphere data entry in this case, because we've only done Atmosphere so far. And then on the right, down at the bottom, you see the all protocols, do more Globe. And that's sort of a do more to give people information about why you might want to be trained, what the advantages of being trained, what are all the protocols that are available. So the two different views, and I appreciated that comment earlier today about top or bottom. Do we want to stay consistent or not? And hasn't necessarily been decided, so your input actually might help sway that. In both views, if all you want to do is Globe Observer, you can do it immediately. You don't have to do anything unusual or different. So even if you're a trained person and you just want to do land cover, you can just go right down and click on land cover and go do it in the exact same way that you do Globe Observer right now. But as you'll see, these protocols are getting wrapped up into the big data entry system as well. So working with sites, we have made some changes with sites. Now, the good news is all your existing sites will still be there. I feel like I need the don't panic sign so I can put it up every once in a while. And this is one of the ones I put up. Don't panic. All your sites will still be there. You'll still be able to use your existing sites. There's no change to that. So everything's fine there. But if you want to create a new site, there'll be a new process for creating new sites. And hopefully you'll find it is pretty easy to do, easier than the current environment. You know, in the current environment, you have to remember, okay, I need this type of site for that protocol. And if it's already got that, then I need to modify this. It's a little bit tricky. And so hopefully it simplifies that process a bit. Just to kind of capture how it works in the current system, I think you all hopefully have some familiarity with this. You choose your school right up there at the top, and then you choose your site, and then you find what protocols are supported at that site. So in this case, you know, I've chosen my test mobile school, and I could choose my aerosols observation, click new observation, and that's kind of the process that I would go through. Now it gets a little trickier that if I want to do something besides those atmosphere protocols, well, then I have to edit the site, which is what you see up here on the top right. And let's say I want to do surface temperature in addition to those atmosphere protocols. So then I have to click the surface temperature, and then I have to add surface temperature parameters for that site. And then I return back to the home page. And then if I go back and I select my school and my site, now I see the surface temperature down there at the bottom. And I can now do surface temperature. But again, if I'm out there in the field and I want to do this, that's a lot of steps that I have to go through. I have to think in advance, oh yeah, create the surface temperature site type before I do surface temperature. And so it gets kind of long and a little bit annoying. In the new system, and you'll see this in the demo in just a bit, you'll choose your school if you had more than one school. If you only have one, you just go straight forward. You choose the protocol that you want to do. So in this case, you can see I chose air temperature and surface temperature. And if you're on the phone, we'll be able to know where you are, and we can show you on a map, here's all the sites that are near where you're standing. Which one do you want to use? Or you can create a new one. So if I click new site location, like you see here on that middle graphic, then it goes to the site definition fields. So the system is smart enough to know, oh, you want to do air temperature and surface temperature? Okay, there's two things that we must have. We need to know what your thermometer type is, and we need to know what the surface cover is. Those are two required fields for those two protocols. And then there's some other things that are optional. You don't have to do them, but they're there. So I didn't have to go and create a site first and then figure out which things I need to define and so on. I just choose the protocols, choose my location, and off I go. The system's smart enough to figure out what needs to happen based upon what you've chosen. And again, hopefully we'll get that up in the demo in just a bit. So what's our current status? I mentioned earlier, we have all the atmosphere protocols, but only the atmosphere protocols. We will be rolling out the remaining spheres over the months ahead, but we wanted to get this one out to get it in front of you, give you a chance to use it, get some feedback, see how it's working, and then of course we'll be continuing to work to do the remaining spheres. In this demo, we cannot edit or delete past submissions. We will be able to. That is a feature that will be coming. We also want to allow you to add additional site information like topography. There's, you know, our buildings nearby. There's certain other parameters that often go with site definition. Those aren't all in there. We've got in here a kind of a rough version of create, edit, delete sites. It works okay. We need to kind of clean it up a little bit and make it look a little prettier. But if you want to check it out, it is in this version of the app, so you can kind of take a look and see what you think. So with that, if all goes well, we'll do a demonstration. And this can be a little tricky sometimes because I need to get my phone mirrored on the desktop and close all these windows. So there's a piece of software that works about, I don't know, 2/3 of the time. And we'll see if it will work this time. Looks promising. Let's see. It is trying to connect. Give me a minute. All right, let me see. Let me plug my device back in again and see if it will recognize it. And if not, I have somebody who will help me out shortly, but we'll see. Connecting. Come on, you can do it. Think happy thoughts. And I also like you to know that this is, oh no, please restart. All right, let me try it one more time. And if this doesn't work, then I'll swap to my, my backup plan. Joe Wyklowik, who's the lead mobile developer, has got a version of this running on his machine. And it's in a kind of a demo mode, but it'll work. We'll try this one more time. And plug it in. And if this doesn't go, then Joe, I will hand it over to you. So I'm giving you plenty of warning to get ready to share your screen. 3, 2, 1. Nope, I'm afraid it's just not going to go. Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's switch over. I'm going to stop sharing and hand it over to Joe. And he's going to share it from his laptop. Now, what he's got is a simulator. And so this isn't on a, quote, real phone, but it's the software that he uses to help develop the app. And it looks exactly like what you're going to see on your phone. So it all works the same. It's a little bit different in how it interacts, but it'll certainly be good enough for you to be able to see everything that we're doing. So this is the screen that you get when you're logged into the system. And you see that first button that I mentioned on the top, which is the Globe data entry. So let's click on that. Now, the first thing you go to is what do you want to do? And we're going to stick with the new observations. So let's click on that. Now, this is the screen where you select the protocols that you want to do. Now, can you click on Biosphere first, Joe, just to show everybody? So there are no protocols yet in any of these other spheres. So Biosphere, Hydrosphere, Pedosphere. So if you do, take a look, you'll see there's nothing there. But all of them are in Atmosphere. So let's click on Atmosphere. And this is the list of all of the Atmosphere protocols. And usually when I do a demo, I like to choose one of the simplest ones. So let's use air temperature as the model and scroll on down. And we'll talk about what some of these other things are, but for now, let's just click continue. If you have more than one school, you'll see it listed here. But if you don't have, if you're only in one school, it'll just go straight to this, this screen. So this allows us to enter the lat long. And again, on a phone, it should do this automatically. This is Joe's emulator. So sometimes it keeps a consistent lat long and sometimes it moves it around. So we'll see how well that works. But essentially, you've got the lat long. And go ahead and scroll down. Now, if there were other sites associated with this particular location, you'd see them listed right here. In this particular location, there are no sites. So we're going to create a new site. So go ahead and click on New Site. Now, the default name for the site is this weird-looking name. This is consistent with Globe Observer. So if you've seen Globe Observer, these are the site names. But let's change it. Let's just call it AirTemp and save that one off. So I've created a new site in this location that we happen to be. And you see the system's smart enough to know, oh, you're doing air temperature. It's a new site. So certain things that we need to have in order for this to be an air temperature site. So go ahead and choose the first option, other soil or air. So the first thing it needs is the thermometer type. And we're going to skip these others for right now because they're optional and I just want to get to my measurement. Go ahead and click Next. This is the date and time of the observation. Again, filled out automatically on the phone. And then you see the protocol listed. So whatever the next protocol is, you'll see it listed down there. It says air temperature. And so in current temperature, let's put in 20 some odd degrees, 23 something. Now you'll see right here, I'm sorry, I don't know if you can go back, if it'll make it show up again, Joe, if you delete the 23 or click away. Yeah, there we are. So you see in the gray, there's a range. So it just kind of reminds you what are the allowed ranges for whatever the parameter is. So go ahead and type 23 again. And you see as he typed, the review button gets solid. So click review. And now we get to a page that looks a lot like the first page, but now it's the review page. So go ahead and click it open, and you see the protocol that I've just entered. The value is here. Now, if I made a mistake, I could click on the little pencil icon, and that'll take me back to this page, and let's change it to 24 or something. And I click review, and again, now I'm here. Now you see the one up at atmosphere, the number 1. Once we have this for all the protocols, you'll see if I happen to do a hydrosphere and a pedosphere also, you'd see the numbers there. So it just kind of reminds you, oh yeah, you have protocols in all the different spheres. So if everything looks right, I can click the finish button. And I could send them all now, or I could review and edit them. So let's go ahead and click the review edit. So this page is what you should be used to seeing when you do Globe Observer and the data entry app. We call it the pending observations page. But essentially it shows here's what's been collected, and this is what's ready to send to Globe. So let's go ahead and click on it and send it off to Globe. You'll notice that there's a couple things different about this page. In the other versions, you'll see things broken down by protocol. So it'll say aerosols, here's your measurement. Air temperature, here's your measurement, and so on. And we've changed it in this version so that whatever you've measured at that same time will be grouped together, and you just click once and send them all at once. We thought that might be a little easier for everybody, a little bit easier to keep track of when you get to this page. So go ahead and click OK. And let's go back to the home page, and then we'll go back down into the data entry again. So we're going to do another observation, and let's just say that a day's gone by, and it's another day, another time, and I want to do another air temperature measurement. So go ahead and click the air temperature and click next. And we'll use the same school that we used before. And we'll see if it put us in the same location. Yes, it did. Great. So scroll down a bit. So now you see the site that we created the last time is sitting there ready to go. And it, again, because it knows we're in this location, so it makes it really easy for you to say, yep, that's the site I want. So go ahead and click it. Now, if you remember when we did the air temperature the first time, we already put in the thermometer type, so it already knows that. It's not going to ask me that again, but we never did fill out these other fields. So it kind of reminds you, oh, by the way, you might want to fill out these other fields. That would be nice to know. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll go ahead and put in 150 for the thermometer height, and go ahead and choose a surface cover. And then we'll click next. Once again, date and time. And you see air temperature is there. We put in our air temperature measurement. We get to the review page. You can see it there. If you wanted, you could edit, but let's finish. And if we go to the review, edit observations, we'll see it's sitting there right now. So again, hopefully pretty streamlined in how to do it. Now let's take a look if we want to do more than one protocol. How does that work? So if we can go back down through the new observation, and this time let's do air temperature and barometric pressure. They're right next to each other. And we'll scroll down and click the next. Again, we'll choose the same school. And if it has us in the same location, you'll see the same site. We can click the site. Now this time, oh, look at that. We'll have to check that. I didn't expect to see that. I think that, oh, we didn't submit it. That's why. Never mind. I should have submitted the data. So it's asking for this data again because we didn't submit our previous measurement. As soon as we submit that previous measurement, then it knows that these data points are here. But until we submit it, it doesn't know it's there. So let's just click next. And we'll do our date and time. And air temperature, again, same form, what you're used to. And now you'll see that as we type that, the next protocol highlights. So now we go barometric pressure, and we can put station pressure in 980 or something. You also saw probably that it had the range there very, very briefly. Yeah, there we go. So again, just a reminder as to what the acceptable range limits are. And we'll do review. And now in the review page, we have both air temperature and barometric pressure. We can kind of double check, make sure it's okay. If we want, we can edit it from this point, or let's go ahead and continue along and finish. And let's go to the review edit. And now we see both of those sitting here. So let's try sending both of these just to see if I can get that site definition sent in. There we go. All right, so let's go back to the new data entry again, and let's look at a third option. So you might be asking, what happens with the protocols that we've gotten used to with Globe Observer? So for example, clouds is one that you use in Globe Observer, but you see it's also listed here. So how does that interaction work? Let's go ahead and click on air temperature and clouds and scroll on down and do next. Again, we'll choose the school and the site. Go ahead. And we'll do the date and time. And now air temperature comes up. And we'll put in our air temperature value. And this time you see the clouds button is sitting there. And when you click on clouds, it's almost like it kind of jumps or fast forwards right into the clouds app. So the same thing that you're used to seeing with Globe Observer, you'll see the exact same thing here. It looks the same, works the same, interacts the same, but it's within the data entry part of the app. So just to make this a little quicker, let's do clear sky. And you can choose the colors like you do now, or the visibility. And surface conditions, of course, is required as part of the Globe Observer protocols. And we'll skip surface measurements because we no longer need to do that. And we'll skip pictures. So there's two things. One thing to know if you decide that you want to try this one out is right now we cannot send pictures. We can send the measurements, but we're not sending pictures through. We're still working on that part. So I'd recommend that you don't take any pictures if you're testing, in particular, the clouds. That, of course, will be there in the final version of it. But for now, let's just skip the pictures. And just like before, you see the protocols are listed on the review page. Let's go ahead and click Finish. And Review Edit just to see them. And now we have these. So again, like I was mentioning before, this page has previously separated out the individual protocols, and you'd see clouds, and you'd see the list, and you'd see the various protocols. But as you see now, they're grouped together. So speaking of grouped together, I would like to show you the whole bundle kind of thing that we talked about as well. So let's go on back through to new observations. Now you see the down at the gray, there's two different triangles there. The first one says Earth as a system, and the second says My Bundles. So let's click on Earth as a system. And here you will see a number of the prescribed bundles that Globe has. Now, if you know these bundles, you'll know that this is not a complete list of all the protocols. The reason is, of course, we only have the atmosphere protocols right now. So if you click the mosquito protocol bundle, you see it would be air temperature, rainfall, relative humidity. Mosquitoes isn't there because we haven't got to that particular sphere yet. But let's go ahead and click the ENSO protocol bundle. And as soon as you click that, if you could scroll back up, you'll see that under atmosphere, there are 3 protocols selected: air temperature, precipitation, and surface temperature. So those are the protocols that are associated with that particular bundle. And again, if there were protocols on any of the other spheres, those would have been checked as well. So you'd see the atmosphere, the biosphere, hydrosphere, pedosphere, wherever those protocols were, it would automatically select them. And then you could click Go and start doing your data entry straight away. So it's like a shortcut to automatically select all the protocols that are associated with one of these bundles. Now, you can also create your own bundles. So let's say that I have this, but I also want to do barometric pressure. So if you could click that one. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different protocols. And these are ones, let's just say, that I do all the time. So I want to create my own bundle. So if you go down into that gray area down below again, Joe, and see where it says My Protocol Bundles. Yeah. So we'll call this Perfect. And continue. And we'll go through this process again one more time, not to not to bore you too much, I hope, but at least to give you an idea as to how this works. So we've got the site fields. Go ahead, keep going. Those are surface cover site fields. Precipitation, we can just say 1 day accumulated and maybe a rainfall of 15 millimeters, just to have something in there. And we'll ignore the pH for right now. Move on to surface temperature. And this is a required field, so we'll put in that it's dry conditions. And for our first sample, let's say it's, I don't know, 25 degrees, something. And as every good globe person knows, you're supposed to do multiple samples and then average them out. So let's do a second sample and put in 25 again, and a third sample, and we'll make that one 26, just to have something different. There we go. And then it takes us to the next protocol, back to good old air temperature. Go ahead and put something in there. And barometric pressure. Again, we can put in numbers there. Go ahead. So now when we're on the review page, you see all 4 protocols are listed here: air temperature, barometric pressure, precipitation, and surface temperature is down there somewhere. You also see all the individual measurements for surface temperature. And just like before, we won't do it now, but you can click on Edit to go back and modify any of these. But let's say that this is good, we're ready to go. So we'll scroll down and click Finish. So it's saved. We go to the Review Edit Observations. And now you see the big one that we just did with all of the different protocols listed. If you click on the Edit button, again, it will take you back to the review page where you could go back and make changes if you chose to, or just click back on Finish and back to the Edit page. Why don't go ahead and send these off? Why not? So we've sent them all off to Globe. So just to show you about the bundles again, if we could go back through to the new observations. And now if you go to the My Protocol bundles, go ahead and open that up. You see we have some test ones in there that we've been done over time, but the one we just did there is the demo bundle. So if you want to click on that demo bundle, and you can scroll back up, and you'll see the system has those 4 protocols ready to go. So that's the whole idea with the bundles, is it gives you the ability to kind of create your own custom view of the different protocols, and you know, be able to do it however you like. So that actually concludes the demonstration. Joe, if you'd like to stop sharing your screen, and I'll switch it back here to me. And I'll go back to the presentation. I'm sure there's a few questions that are sitting out there, but let me go ahead and bring this back up. So that gives you the rundown, and hopefully it's relatively clear, but there's nothing like actually trying it yourself, right? Because it's, you know, somebody's walking you through it. It's, oh, okay, this is easy. I see how it works. And then you get on it and you're, oh my gosh, what's going on? So we actually are putting this version out as a, we'll call it a beta version, that will allow you to give it a try and see what you think. As I mentioned before, it's not perfect. We know there are certain bugs here and there. We know there are certain features that are not fully completed, but as you saw, it's pretty good. It's got most of the main things you're going to need as you go through it. It does point to our test environment, and that means that the sites that you see when you log in and the school that you see when you log in may not be up to date. I think our test environment was probably updated a year ago. So when you launch the app, you will see the sites and the schools and the things you were doing about a year ago. It also means that the login that is used is about a year old. So if you change your password or your account anytime in the last year, you might not be able to log in. And so you'll have to go through some extra steps in order to make it all work. So I just wanted you to know, absolutely encourage you to go out and give it a try. It's usually best to make sure you have a version of the app that's the latest and greatest from the App Store. Make sure you don't have an older version. And then there's a document that's up here in this tech corner that will tell you the steps that you need to go through in order to get the test version onto your phone. So it'll essentially replace what you have with the test version. And it's important to know that when you're done with the test version, make sure you delete it off your phone and then re-download a new version. Because anything you put into the system with our test version, our beta version, goes to the staging environment. Nobody will ever see it. Nobody cares about it. Put in as many sites, as much data as you want, try as many different things as you want, because it doesn't affect anything in the production environment. It's not real data going to a real place. So feel free to play around and do whatever you like. But just remember that if you forget to replace the app with the one from the real one from the store, from that point forward, all the data you collect is going to go to the staging environment, so nobody will see it. So just real important to remember, delete it when you're done, put the new one back on. Let me share one other thing, which is the actual document itself, so you can see that. This is what the document looks like, and it kind of walks you through the steps, you know, sort of the reminder that this is a beta version. And here's some list of some of the known issues, just so you know when you test it, you go, huh, that back arrow didn't work. Maybe I should let them know. Don't worry about that. We already know about that one. We know about most all of them. So you could let us know if you find a bug if you like. But really what I want to hear is, how does it work for you? How does it flow? Is it easy to kind of follow along the steps? Or are there places where you go, oh, I just got really confused and I'm not sure the right way to go? That type of feedback is what we're looking for, and less so on individual little bugs. But this document does walk you through how to get it. And just quickly so you know, once you launch your Globe Observer app and you log in, there's a little magic place. If you click the question mark and you scroll down to the very bottom of that help page, you'll see some very light gray text. And you probably didn't know, but if you sit there and tap on it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10, 11, 12 times, a little menu will suddenly magically appear that looks like this. And this is the little menu that you can use to switch to different environments. It's hidden. Not everybody knows about it. You're special. You get to hear it. So you'll be able to access it. And what you want to do is switch to our staging environment and then use the username Globe Demo and the password globat25. And when you click save, the app will ask, are you sure you want to restart? This will throw out all of your data, so you really want to do that? And you can say, yes, I do. It will update the app, and then you log into the app just like you do right now with your current username and password. And like I said, this is pointing to the staging environment. So it could be that the password we have in our staging environment is about a year old, and you may have changed it somewhere along the way. So if you try it a couple times and it's not working, then there's instructions down here on how to reset your password in the staging environment. And so we've got the information for you, how to get to it, and click the forgot change password, and then you'll be able to change your password through a link that is sent to you on email. So it's a few steps, and it's going to take a little bit to go through that, all those steps. But when you're done, you'll have this version on your phone. You'll be able to play around with it, check it out, see what you think, and give us that feedback. And really, that's a great thing about, usually at the annual meeting, we have that chance to be able to get your feedback directly. But in this case, we're going to have to do it all virtually. So I'd appreciate your time and thoughts and providing us feedback. There's a form on the website you'll be able to fill out, send comments over to us. So with that, I've been talking for far too long. Let's go ahead and send it back over. Cornell, I don't know if we have any questions that are coming through or any comments from people.
Yes, as you would expect, we do have some questions.
Why are you changing this?
First question, where can I retrieve the data for observation collected that other citizens viewed or using, and how will I earn points?
So by collecting the data, I assume you're going to mean downloading the data from the site. And there are
retrieve. Yeah.
Retrieve, yeah. So there are multiple places on the Globe website that you can go to get the data. We have a visualization system. We often call it Viz. We have a data retrieval system. We often call it ADAT. And there's actually an API, which is a little more advanced for some people. But I would recommend going to the visualization system or the ADAT tool, and that would allow you to pull the data down. I'll see if I can pull something up while we're talking, but go ahead and go on to the next one.
All right, next question. How can I change my profile name as the default name is citizen scientist?
Oh yeah, we tricked you there, huh?
That's printing on the certificate when they do e-training. Not a bug.
Yep, we'll talk about that. So to the previous question, if you go to the main Globe website, you'll see the Globe data is there, and visualize data is one of the options, and retrieve data is one of the options. And there's some tutorials and things that'll help you walk you through that process. But this is where you would go to get the data back out. On the citizen scientist, once you've been trained, actually, Cornell, you might remember this better than I. Once you've been trained, I think you can change your name yourself, can't you?
Yes.
So when you log in to the Globe website, and just since I have it here, I'll go ahead and log in for myself. There is an option that appears up on the top right that is called, that's our account settings. Here we are. You should see this up here. And in your case, it probably says citizen scientist, but there's an option here called My Account. And that's the place you can go to change your name. I think if you've been trained, you can change a few other parameters if you want to change your password, your email, whatever it happens to be. But that's all available in this area.
I will mention that one of the things we're looking at in the future release is to have name as an optional on the app when they create their account.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Next question, does this combination solve the device's compatibility issue that many users are facing which prevent them to use the Globe Observer app?
I guess I'm not familiar with the device incompatibility issues. Globe Observer and the data entry app should work on iOS and Android devices. And I know that there's a lot of schools that are starting to use Chromebooks now. What we usually recommend is that if you've got a Chromebook, you use the desktop version of the data entry forms. And what this will do is make sure that the desktop version looks almost exactly like the mobile version. So if you're on a Chromebook, you'd go to the Globe data entry page, which for most people, if you log in, is right there under Enter Data. And go ahead and use the browser on your Chromebook to get to it. But other than that, I think it should be working across all of the different devices that are most commonly used.
Next question, what happens with the data uploaded once we delete a site?
You are actually not allowed to delete a site if there is data there. So try as you might, the system should prevent you from deleting a site that has data associated with it. If you really want to delete that site, you actually have to go through and delete all of the data that's in that site before you can delete the site. So we do try to protect the data that way.
Now here's a good question. It would be great if they could use the emulator in their training sessions. You think it's possible to have that option, an emulator that we can install on our desk computers?
I wonder why you'd want to use an emulator as opposed to doing something on your phone. Probably because you'd have the same problem I have, that it's hard to get your phone on your to show up on the screen. The emulator is a part of a developer suite, so it's not something that you're going to be able to use very easily. You have to install all kinds of software that allows you to become an app developer, and then you would be able to do it. But the good news is, again, if you think of where this is going, the forms are going to look the same on desktop and mobile. So you won't need an emulator. You'll be able to show them on your desktop. and how it works. And they should be able to follow along in their mobile. It should look very much the same. The only real difference is when you go to select your site. When you're on desktop, we don't know where you are. And so you'll have to put in your lat long, or you'll have to move the map to find your location. I think what we talked about doing was maybe defaulting to your school. So initially it might just center it right over your school, because we don't have that same kind of information that that we would have if you're on the phone. But other than that, it should look very, very similar.
Our next question: if you change the type of instrument you're using for an already defined site, i.e. different thermometer type, can you edit the site definition parameter, or do you need to define a new site?
I believe you can edit the site. I am 90% sure that you can edit the site and put in the different information, but I'm not 100% sure. I know I did that recently where I actually had a Davis weather station that I moved, and I created a new site because it had moved a bit. But yeah, if you put in a different thing, I think you should be able to, but I can't be 100% sure. If Travis was here, he'd be able to answer that question for you, but I don't know that he's here.
All right. There were some comments. I already love the new system. Check.
Yay!
Thank you, Dave, for an in-depth run-through of the data entry system component. By the way, I'm still waiting to see that TV commercial you did as a kid.
Thank you, Brian. I know who that is.
Yeah, way cool to bundle our work. Like, I can't wait to bundle our work. I mean, yeah. Love this. Way cool. Thank you. So lots of positives.
Awesome. Yeah, oh, go ahead.
A few more. Let's see. I had to retrieve my password once, but it took a while to get the reply email with the reset password message. Is this process being streamlined?
I wasn't aware of that, and I don't think I mean, it's possible that we queue up some, we send emails every 5 minutes or something like that, but I wouldn't expect it to take really any length of time at all. So
yeah,
that may be something we'll have to look at. I'm not aware of that being a problem.
What was the username of beta? I got the password.
Oh, it is Globe Demo. I think I have it back on this. Here, let me pull this one back up again, just to be clear. There we go. So Globe Demo is the username, and it has to be, caps have to be accurate. So it's all capital letters, Globe D, Globed, and then lowercase EMO. And then likewise, the password has to be all lowercase globe at 25.
All right, next question. For pedosphere data entry, can you add info that soil characterization is required in order to enter NPK data?
I could pretend like I know what you're talking about, but I don't think I do. I don't know if this will answer it or not. And I didn't show this in the demo, which I should have showed. If you go into atmosphere and you choose aerosols, if you just click aerosols, the system will automatically check clouds and what's the other one? Is it barometric pressure that's required? I don't know, Joe, if you remember. But the system is smart enough to know that if you choose protocol A, and protocol A actually should be done with other protocols, it will automatically check those for you, and you can't uncheck them. So if you choose aerosols, clouds will come with it, and you can't uncheck the clouds if you have aerosols selected. So what you were talking about there sounds like it might be a similar thing, that if you do this protocol, you should also do these things as well, in which case we can enforce that kind of connection.
New data entry system is brilliant.
Yay!
Thank you. And last question, can we upload data as a group in the bundle protocols?
As a group. If that's what we were showing, if I understand that question correctly, when you select the bundle, it does select multiple protocols. Those all get recorded, and then at the very end, you can submit them all. You click one box, and all of them submit with one push of the button. So they all go together, if that's what you were referring to. That it?
Oh, there's one last came in. Are we going to work on the application in the next year?
Are we going to do anything but work on the application for the next year? Yeah, we've been working on this for quite some time to get it to this point, and there's a lot of work that goes into trying to make something like this come together, and we've got the atmosphere going fairly well right now. So yes, over the next, we'll see, definitely next quite a few months, we'll be working on building out the other spheres. I'm not sure if we're going to do hydrosphere next or biosphere, but probably one of those two, and then work our way through. So for the next, I certainly through the rest of 2020, I expect this work will continue, and we'll add all the rest of the protocols. And then probably coming into 2021, oh my gosh, already, we'll take a look and see if, what kind of feedback we're getting from people as well, and see if anything else needs to be modified or enhanced. But that's kind of the timeline for this. Oh, and as I mentioned, our goal is to get this version released after the Clouds Challenge. So sometime mid-August, we'll be planning on releasing this. So anybody who has Globe Observer will get a big update sometime in, we'll say, mid-August. And then you'll have this capability, as will all the Globe Observers have a chance to learn about it.
All right, a few more questions popped up. Do we have time to keep going?
Yeah, I think we've got till another 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Let's see. This is a question again about the location of the buttons. In the Globe Observer Cloud trainings, some participants would have member accounts, some would have citizen science accounts. Could you have the Globe Data Entry, Globe Get Trained buttons in the same sequence so I can just say to everyone, click on top?
Well, we've got two strong feelings on that one, and I haven't heard anybody say, what a great idea, put them in two different places. So we'll take a look at that. I'll be curious when you use it as a trained person. I find it really nice to have it right there at the top. I just do boom, get right to it. But you probably saw we did shrink down the size of the buttons so that everything would fit on one screen. So hopefully it wouldn't be too big of a deal for people to scroll down every time. But again, thank you for that. We'll see what other feedback we get as well.
Will this presentation be available after this meeting?
I believe there's a plan to put all these presentations up, and I'm sure Julie's got a place for that we can add it to.
Somebody asked if the new version of data entry is available now on Android. It is not. Right?
This new version is not available anywhere except in our staging environment with this special access code. And of course, when it does come out in August, it will be for both iOS and Android.
And last question. I mean, a group of people previously established, each member sending info as a group with a special name or code. I'm not quite sure about that one.
It kind of sounds like the teams in a way. I mean, again, just this may not be quite exactly what you're asking, but we do have those Globe teams, and you can have many people sign up for a Globe team, and then members of the team can submit their data, and it all kind of gets tracked together. We're working on the ability for you to pull data out of the system as a team. So you want to see all my team data, for example. So that might be one way to do it. I don't know of a way that you could say, okay, I'm going to do air temperature, you're going to do barometric pressure, and they're going to do clouds, and somehow that would get kind of munged together into one big submission. Mm-hmm. But if you use Teams, you could certainly submit it as multiple people going into one organization, one thing to hold it together.
All right, that was the last question.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. It's a long haul to sit through and listen to somebody talk about data entry for an entire hour, especially given that it's probably midnight in some of your locations and very early in other. But I do thank you for joining. I hope you found it informative. I hope you're as excited about it as we are. I think this will be a really nice feature for Globe going forward. Now, I do want to remind you, let me pull up my favorite Globe, my second favorite Globe app. Of course, data entry is my favorite. But the annual meeting schedule, just to remind you what's coming up. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, there is the sponsor question and answer. And that lasts for 45 minutes. I believe there's a place on the app here where you could post your questions and perhaps have them answered by the sponsors. So I'm sure NASA will be there, and there may be others as well. And then at 2 o'clock tomorrow, again, Mountain Time, Cornell will be presenting the information about the upgraded website. So this is the new LifeRay 7.2 environment. And I would really encourage country coordinators, partners, regional office folks in particular to listen in on that so they can see how things might change. Teachers who manage their school information might find it useful as well. So we'll walk through all the things that have changed, and Cornell and I will change roles tomorrow. So with that, I think we're good. Thank you again, and have a good rest of day, evening, morning, whatever it may be in your time zone. Thanks.